I have one announcement for your translation receiver usage. Please plug in earphone to your device, and you can control the volume with the buttons attached on the side of the device, and you can select the translation channel with a button attached on the other side of the device. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Victor Insu Kim, MC of this opening ceremony. I would like to first greet all those participating to this event. I would like to express my heartfelt welcome and gratitude to all the distinguished guests from around the world, joining both online and offline and online through Zoom and YouTube, for participating here with us on this precious occasion today. Let us begin the International Academic Conference for the Summit for Peace on the Korean Peninsula and the realization of a heavenly unified Korea with a big round of applause from everyone.
누군가는 해야 합니다. 세상이 밝고 빛나기 위해서는 평화로 가는 희망의 불빛, 세상을 밝히다. 우리는 하나입니다. 한반도 평화서밋.
Please look at your program schedule. Today's event will be followed by an opening ceremony and 3 sessions of the forum. The first session is Heavenly Unified Korea and Peace on the Korean Peninsula, and the second session is Beyond Einstein's Unified Field Theory, Raising Up the Science of Godism. And the third and final session will be on the Journal of Hyojong Academia toward Scopus. To close, after the 3 sessions, will be a Q&A session will be provided. Let me introduce VIPs and distinguished guests who have participated in this international conference. As I call each representative's name, please stand up and then greet and give them a big round of applause. First of all, Dr. Jin Sung-bae. Please refer to the program as a detailed profile of each VIP. Next, let us welcome Dr. Thomas Sellover. And let us welcome Dr. Kim Ho-sung. Let's welcome Dr. Kim Jin-chun. Let us welcome Dr. Lee Jae-young. Let us welcome Dr. Tyler Hendricks. Let us welcome Dr. Pyun Young-sik. Let us welcome Dr. Jung Si-gu. Let us welcome Dr. Han Chol-hee. Let us welcome Dr. Lee Sang-geun. Let us welcome Dr. Do Hyun-seok. Thank you, everyone, to come here. Now, it is time for the welcoming remarks by Dr. Sung Bae-jin. He is a chairman of Hyojong Academic Foundation. Let us big round of welcome to Dr. Sung Bae-jin.
Distinguished peace-loving guests from home and abroad, all who are participating online, thank you for being with us. And particularly, I'm deeply grateful to Dr. Salover and Dr. Kim Ho-sung and other distinguished scholars for joining us to make this brilliant conference. Today's forum will aim mainly at the theme of Peace Summit on the Korean Peninsula. Connecting this to the science of Godism, the purpose of Peace Summit can be summed up in a word: to gather the capability of the 157 nations that have established a joint North-South diplomatic ties for peace and unification on the Korean Peninsula. Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Sen and former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and then Honorable Vice President Pence and Secretary of State Pompeo in United States, around 80 current and former leaders from 157 nations that have opened diplomatic ties at the same time shares their will through online and offline channels. Moreover, this event is being aired by 3,500 national and private broadcasters and media outlets around the world, including Korea's MBCnet. Peace and unification on Korean Peninsula is not only a solution to the problem of the Korean people, but a stepping stone to solving global problems. Thus, peace here on this peninsula cannot be achieved through our own strength alone. Global solidarity is absolutely essential for success. We hope that you will happily embrace this purpose and actively participate in the Korean Peninsula Peace Summit. Hope for 1 million national salvation, a venue for national unity and international cooperation for peace on the Korean Peninsula. In our second session, experts address core issues facing science and offer the path to breakthrough, especially the beyond Einstein's the unified field theory, as science and national prosperity go hand in hand. And session 3 concludes by presenting the Journal of Hyojong Academia, where our ongoing discussion will be continued toward success in Scopus, registration, and eventually realize peace in the global family. May well wishes upon your deliberation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jin Sung-bae, for your wonderful welcoming remarks. Next is the first congratulatory remarks by Dr. Thomas Sellover. He is a president of Seonag Universal Peace Graduate University and international president of Professor World Peace and Academy. Let us welcome Dr. Thomas Sellover to the podium with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. It's good to be with all of you today. This is indeed a great day, a day of a tremendously important summit, and we are part of it. Esteemed Hyojung Academic Foundation Chairman Jin Sung-bae, IAAP Korea President Kim Ho-sung, respected speakers, professors, scholars, and friends. Today, we are participating together in a very large endeavor all over the Korean Peninsula. Specifically, we are involved in a joint academic conference in honor of the Summit for Peace and 1 million rally for the reunification of the Korean Peninsula. The Professors World Peace Academy and the Hyojung Academic Foundation are working cooperatively to advance the International Association of Academicians for Peace as one of the pillar organizations of the Universal Peace Federation. I am pleased to offer congratulations for today's vigorous program of academic visioning. In order to resolve in a final and lasting way the conflict on the Korean Peninsula, a conflict which, as we all know, has not only national but also regional and international, and we can say even cosmic dimensions. In order to do this, the prayers and conscientious activities of all peace-loving global citizens are needed. So we are all part of it. Reconciliation on the Korean Peninsula can only come about by pursuing a vision that transcends the differences between the North and the South, and which is inclusive by its very nature. Such a vision is at the heart of the decades-long peace work of Dr. Sum Young-moon and Dr. Hak Jahan-moon. Our honored founders have continuously emphasized and practiced the core patterns of peace building, namely interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values, gongsaeng, gongyong, gongui, in light of a higher whole purpose. These core patterns of peace building embody a win-win-win pattern. Namely, the results and solutions are beneficial not only to two sides, but also to the greater whole purpose, which embraces both and which includes the wider society and even the whole world. The whole, all-encompassing purpose is real, with a capital R, real. And many of us find that it comes from our source, our Creator, Hanul Pumanim. At the same time, however, the whole purpose has to be envisioned creatively by us. We have responsibility in doing so, in order that that purpose can serve as an actual guide to effective action. Our best efforts as conscientious scholars, with empathy, imagination, and goodwill, are required to envision that whole purpose, in light of which genuine solutions can be found. That, indeed, is what we are doing here together today. In doing so, we recall the shining example of the personal summit of Dr. Sum Young-moon and Dr. Hak Jahan-moon with Chairman Kim Il-sung of North Korea in 1991, just over 30 years ago. Because their summit meeting was founded on a visionary understanding of the whole divine purpose, the actions that they took that day produced unexpectedly good results. Today, this very day, it is the same. Today, their example inspires us to explore further the current possibilities for peace and reconciliation, even reunification on the peninsula. We will also examine new paradigms of science and God and advance a new journal, for sharing conscientious scholarship guided by this whole purpose vision. When we join together with empathy, imagination, and goodwill, our ongoing endeavors for peace on the Korean Peninsula will indeed manifest that whole purpose, and the fruitful possibilities of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal value will be practically realized on the peninsula and in the world. Thank you very much. 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Sellover. I'd like to invite the second congratulatory remarks will be given by Dr. Ho-sung Kim. He is the president of the Korean International Association of Academicians for Peace and former president of Seoul National University of Education. Let us welcome Dr. Ho-sung Kim with a big round of applause.
오늘 신통일한국을 위한 한반도 평화서밋 국제
It is my honor for me to deliver a congratulatory remarks to all of you who are participating in the academic conference held in conjunction with the Summit for Peace on the Korean Peninsula, in person or via internet.
기대하시는 바와 같이
As you are all aware, the entire humanity is suffering from the COVID-19 pandemic. On the other hand, in Beijing, China, the Winter Olympics is being held as a unique peace festival for common prosperity with a motto of Together for a Shared Future.
지난 3년간
The inequalities laid bare by the unprecedented pandemic that lasted for the past 3 years set the nations and the people receiving benefits of medical science apart from those who are denied them. What a tragedy.
극심한 차이를 만들었습니다. 또한
The Olympic Games that are supposed to be an occasion of festivity have turned into an event of conflict due to hegemonic rivalry.
이것이
This is the reality of the global community as of now.
한반도는 홍익인 간의
Even though Korean Peninsula has seen Korean culture thrive for the past 5,000 years, anchored in the ideology of benefiting humanity, it is now divided as a consequence of 2 world wars, Japanese occupation, and the Korean War. And now,
인간의 아픔으로 남아지게 되었습니다. 이제는
and now it is sandwiched between 4 neighboring world powers for the past 75 years.
벌써 74년이라는 시간이 흘렀습니다. 분단 74년의
We know
시간 동안
we are held to account for the 75 years of the national division.
행무가 크면서도 분단에 대한
And yet we have failed
제대로
to
하지
seriously, honestly reflect upon the division in a responsible manner.
하지 못했던
Neighboring world powers, in the meantime, were seeking to take advantage of the division of the Korean Peninsula
노려왔으며
by solidifying the division and hindering our efforts to reunify
반민족
our motherland.
함께 방해하고 분단 고착을 공고히 하여 오고 있습니다. 이러한 암담한 지구촌
Secure in the knowledge that peace on the Korean Peninsula is a linchpin of security of Northeast Asia and peace in the global village,
초대가 된다고 생각하고
experts from the cross-section of the society have been addressing the issue of peace on the Korean Peninsula. Our hope is that you will go beyond what has been discussed to come up with breakthrough ideas and solutions.
신통일 한국을 위한 한반도 평화 서밋
Today's economic conference
학술대회에서는
has been prepared
그동안
with
지구촌 구성
world peace and
이념과
peace in the Korean Peninsula in mind,
이 수고의 수단으로 그리고
as represented by the Heavenly Unified Korea,
이념적이고
which has been initiated
한반도
and advocated
평화 논의가
by Reverend Moon Sun-myung and Dr. Hakja Han-moon.
중심에 두고 문선명
Far from being a formalistic or ideological approach,
도시적
often
평화와
taken by nations around the world.
주창된
So this is really a meaningful occasion.
되어진 국제 학술대회입니다. 이번 학술대회
In closing,
세계 평화와 한반도
I'd like to acknowledge
도움이 될 수 있도록
Dr. Jin Sung-bae, chairman of the Hyojung Academic Foundation, who spared no efforts to make this conference worthwhile.
감사를 드리며 사회를 맡아
My gratitude also goes to
회장님과
President Thomas Sullivan, who is acting as a moderator, and Kim Jin-chun,
해박한
and the speakers and participants
자분들에게
who are contributing to this conference with the expert knowledge. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Kim Ho-sung, for your great congratulatory remarks. Now it is time for the Pledge of Allegiance. On behalf of all who are attending this event, Dr. Sung-bae Jin, Dr. Thomas Sellover, Dr. Kim Ho-sung, and Dr. Kim Jin-chun will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Respected representatives, please come to the podium, and I will recite it as a representative. Please look at the program. 네, I will read. 예. I will read in Korean in the program. It will be translated in English. 한반도 평화 염원을 위한 결의문, 평화와 번영이 충만한 신통일한국. 한반도 평화 서밋에 참석한 전 현직 대통령, 영부인, 종단 지도자, 국회의원, 학술인, 경제인, 언론인, 예술인, 지역사회 지도자인 우리는 한반도의 평화 통일이 아시아 태평양뿐만 아니라 세계의 평화와 안정을 위해 필수 불가결한 요소임을 굳게 믿으며 한반도 평화와 화해 증진을 위해
1950 was concluded with an armistice, and we acknowledge that this summit will contribute to the peace on the Korean Peninsula.
싱크탱크 2022 포럼 등 많은 프로그램들이 이에 크게 기여할 것을 확신하는 바이다. 더불어 천주평화연합 공동 설립자이신 문선명
We urge
한학자
that the two Koreas and the international community to pursue bilateral and multilateral diplomatic approaches to avoiding military confrontations, maintaining, promoting peace, stability, and predictability.
이에 본 행사에 참석한 우리
We also call upon parties concerned to pursue constructive dialogue with mutual respect and acknowledgement of each other's security interest and concern based on the shared mutual heritage of the two
남과
Koreas.
북의 군사적 적대 관계를 해소하고
We, the current and former heads of the state and parliamentarians, high-level representatives, religious leaders, academicians, business and media leaders, first ladies, women leaders, and artists participating in the World Summit 2022 resolved to work collaboratively to urge the two Koreas and the international community to pursue bilateral and multilateral diplomatic approaches to avoiding military confrontations, maintaining and promoting peace, stability, and predictability, and increasing mutual understanding and confidence toward the complete, verifiable, irreversible denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We also we call upon parties concerned to pursue constructive dialogue with mutual respect and acknowledgement of each other's security interests and concern based on the shared cultural heritage of the two Koreas. Promote confidence-building measures, trust-building programs, and preventive diplomacy involving major stakeholders working on the Korean Peninsula.
혜택을 누릴 수 있도록
and call upon
남북한
all
관계
participants to officially
정상회의에
end the state of war mindset and to work together
무력
to
전쟁 및
support President Moon
국소
Jae-in's
분쟁을
appeal
방지할
for an end to the Korean
상반
War
군사적 협정과 규정을 지지하고
in order to open a new
한반도의
chapter
평화적
for
해결과
cultural peace
새로운
and
화해 문화의
non-violence.
진전을 위해 양방 간 지속적 노력을 경주하도록 국제사회에 촉구한다. 네. 157개국의 남북한 공동 수교 국가는 평화와 번영을 위한 상호 존중, 상호
We call
이해,
upon all
상호
participants
신뢰,
to officially
상호
end the
이익을
state of
원칙과
war
UN 헌장 및
mindset and to
국제법에
work together
의거한
to support the
국제
President
질서
Moon Jae-in's
진실을
appeal for an end to the Korean War
정치,
in order to
종교,
open a new
문화,
chapter for
사상,
cultural
관계
peace
등의
and
각계
non-violence.
지도자 및 전문가는 이를 적극 지지할 것을 결의한다. 2022년 2월 13일 대한민국 서울 및 전국 각처에서 열린 한반도 평화 서밋에서
The resolution is adopted and signed on this day, February 13, 2022 in Seoul, in Republic of Korea, at the World Summit 2022.
From Dr. 진성배, please sign on the placard. Please send a warm applause with our heartfelt wishes for peace on the Korean Peninsula. With this, our determination, containing the academicians' wish for peace on the Korean Peninsula, is solidly affirmed. Please stay on the stage. Now we will take a commemorative group photo. Please, those who are here, please come on the stage for group photo. Everyone, please come on the stage. 스태프분들은 기념 촬영이 될 수 있도록 안내 부탁드립니다. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. I have some announcement. With this, the opening ceremony of the International Academic Conference for the Summit of Peace on the Korean Peninsula and the realization of a heavenly unified Korea will be concluded with a heartfelt round of applause from everyone. Before the break, there are some announcements I will give right now. First one, in accordance with the COVID-19 restrictions, bringing food or drink inside the conference hall is prohibited, except for water. Please enjoy the prepared refreshments outside this hall before entering. Second announcement, after the end of the third session, there will be a Q&A session. Due to the event circumstances being held both online and offline, all questions must be conveyed to the staff. If you are participating in the event here in person, please forward your questions to the staff at the registration desk out in the hall. And online participants, please ask questions through your writing comments on the Zoom chat or YouTube chat box. We ask for your understanding in advance, as we may not be able to answer all questions due to the time limitations. Third, please refer to the program for the following 3 sessions. Program book, there will be the 3 sessions you can see. First session, after coffee break, the MC will be Dr. Thomas Sellover, the theme Heavenly Unified Korea for Peace on Korean Peninsula. Second session, MC by Dr. Kim Jin-chun, theme will be Beyond Einstein's Unified Field Theory, Raising Up the Science of Godism. And then third session, MC will be by Dr. Pyun-young-sik, theme will be Journal of Hyojong Academia toward the Scopus accreditation. So after that, the final discussion will be happen today. So first session will be started from 10 minutes from now on, later in Korean time. MC will be Dr. Thomas Sellover. Thank you and have a pleasant coffee break. 감사합니다.
Thank you all, and welcome to this first major session of our academic conference this afternoon. This session is particularly related to the Professors World Peace Academy, 세계 평화 교수 협의회, and its title is Heavenly Unified Korea for Peace on the Korean Peninsula. As Dr. Sung Bae-jin mentioned in his opening remarks, the reunification on the Korean Peninsula is not only a matter of urgent concern for Koreans here on the peninsula, it is a matter of global concern. And that global concern is well represented by our two speakers today. They are both Korean, to be sure. However, they have spent much time overseas in the United States and in Europe. They are, in that sense, peace-loving global citizens, as well as academic scholars. Our first speaker is Dr. Hong Suk-hoon. He is Associate Professor of International Relations at Changwon University. His field is Northeast Asian International Relations, North Korean Politics, Korean Peninsular Peace Studies, and Unification Policy. He holds his doctorate in political science from the University of Georgia in Athens, Georgia. Formerly, he was Director of Planning and Coordination for the Institute for National Unification. He has a key role in the Korean Society for International Politics and is Editorial Director of the Korean Peace Research Society. Please welcome Dr. Hong Suk-hoon.
So, thank you. My name is Seok-hoon Hong, who is an associate professor at the Changwon National University. So, today it's an honor to join this conference. Thank you for host and many scholars and citizens. So, today I would like to present briefly about the new Korean government politics, diplomatic strategy for peace on the Korean Peninsula. So, my question is, what is the South Korean government foreign policies, goals, and aims, as well as orientation? So, we're looking for this big agenda and whole agenda for South Korea. So, from the beginning of 2012, the North Korea has conducted 7 missile tests, including 2 hypersonic missile tests. Today, South Korea finds itself in an unprecedentedly dangerous security environment. While South Korea ally, the United States, is far away across the Pacific Ocean. North Korea, China, and Russia, with the system of a one-man rule, as spreading a big wave of authoritarian across the Eurasian continent. So, furthermore, China emphasized its alliance with Pyongyang as being the first in blood, referring to the Korean War as a war to resist the U.S. aggression in Korea. So today, my presentation contains an introduction. And so secondary, I'm looking for U.S. and DPR case policy on the Korean Peninsula. Thirdly, I'm looking for the U.S. and Sino relation and Russia's actions uncertain future. Finally, I'm looking for Korea's goals and dilemmas. Finally, I would like to present in the summary and the suggestion for new South Korean government. So, as you know that North Korean nuclear negotiation is success or fail. So it's a big question for South Korean government. Also, North Korea's foreign policy, what's going on, the North Korean foreign policies? Also, is U.S. and Sino conflict inevitable? Yes, sure. The Korean Peninsula situation is a big issue in new current the global issues. Also, now Seoul government policies, denuclearization, peace process on the Korean Peninsula led by Moon Jae-in government. So, Joe Biden declared America must read again on nation strategy. As you know that, pragmatic steps and engagement toward North Korea. Also, last year, the Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, mentioned that we pick up or adopt the key policies toward North Korea. It's firstly, we last seek a grand bargaining with North Korea or rely on strategic patience, led by the President Obama. The political approach study is open to and will explore diplomatic with the DPRK to make political progress. Also, the methodology is a bottom-up style to discuss with North Korea. Also, move toward the North Korean foreign policies. You know that the DPRK's foreign policy big changes since 2018. The North Korea is assumed to have declared new national strategy, adopting economic and diplomatic policies. Also, North Korea is predicted to enter new phase in the national strategy. It's a national strategy to ensure confidence domestically in Kim Jong-un regime's political stabilities, and is developed the country into a strategic state, the normal state, which means socialist big countries. Also, last year, the 8th Party Congress of Workers' Party of Self-Reliance and hardline stance with the U.S. and South Korea also declared the advance of nuclear weapon and power in Korean Peninsula. So today, looking for the North Korean foreign policies. So after the negotiation broke down in the Hanoi summit with Washington, the North Korea has consolidated the hereditary succession of 3 generations as each November 2012 one conference on the 3 revolution movement of cultures, ideas, and technology. It proclaimed the great Kim Jong-un era and declared it would transform and change the whole society in the line with the revolutionary idea and the will of the respected comrade Kim Jong-un. So recently, North Korea seeks to evaluate Seoul's military capacity as well as its forthcoming presidential election. As you know that the South Korean presidential election is coming. So just North Korea led by Kim Jong-un looking for the situation of South Korean political issues and the Korean Peninsula situation. So in this early year, North Korea fourth plenary meeting of the 8th Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea. So this meeting was exploring measures to tackling the economic issues such as the international sanction and the South Korean policies toward North Korea. Also, each meeting, the strengthening of the ideology of authority and the devotion. Also, the push to be strengthening the national defense power, the similar lines of principles that need to uphold to advance nuclear capabilities while expanding to sanction with the doctrine of self-reliance. So also, as you know that already told you, the North Korean regime tried to evaluate Seoul's military capabilities as well as its coming presidential election, and as well as the Washington's foreign policies. Okay, so also North Korea seeks to predict the political prospects of the United States, to also as well as analyze international relations and enhance to the responsive capacity. Well, it is a big question for us, the United States and China relations and Asia's uncertain fortune. So is the United States Sino conflict inevitable? Yes. So in post-Cold War, the Korea is often regarded as one between eagles and dragons. So it is, which is a very big obstacle in South Korean government, the economic or political development, you know. So also the United States and the Sino strategic conflict is a very important issues to Korean Peninsula. The United States has the superior military capabilities, but weakened the willingness to lead, while China's rapid growth accelerated the asymmetric interdependence. You know, liberal order is lead is another question. So, but I think that the United States maybe to maintain its power to maybe some decade later, because there are maybe I thought that there are the three categories in the state powers. The first one is hard power, such as military powers or political power. The second power is I thought that economic, so such as the soft power. The thirdly, I thought that the thirdly is social power is important to state power. The social power is coming, yes. So we have a limited time. So I'm pass the slide. Also, I'm looking for the Moon Jae-in's government in the policies toward on Korean Peninsula. So main goals is peace first. Also, second one is the spirit of mutual respect. The thirdly is the open policies. So look at my slide, 3 goals. Okay. Also, we already joined some the negotiation agreement with the North Korea. Also, for North Korean denuclearization and peace negotiation. So, inter-Korean summit and DPR case and U.S. summit resulted in the signing of the Panmunjom Declaration and joint statement in Singapore after talk of North Korean complete denuclearization and peace regime on Korean Peninsula. But many big events to decree in the South and North Korea relations. So look at my slide. Also, nowadays, look at North Korean policies, orientations, and gesture toward the United States as well as South Korea. So, as you know, North Korea has conducted a few missile tests, including the hypersonic missile test. Also, some scholars and the peoples criticize the South Korean government policies toward North Korea. So, big issues is trapped in the peace discourse and creating the end of a war declaration. Also, the wishful thinking. We call that Stockholm syndromes, you know. So, South Korea should, I thought that, recognize the implications of current situation and properly rise to the challenging, but it is doubtful whether the South Korean government is doing so to deal with the security threat leveled against South Korea. The United States and South Korean alliance must be strengthened. You know, so I'm memoed some issues and summaries in this slide. So the worsening the United States and China relations and the COVID-19 crisis, it is expected that the United States and the China rivalry would get more intensified. So U.S. government start to draft measures to claim the compensation for damage against China. So the challenge to South Korea is to achieve both peace and unification, overcoming in North Korean problems and strategic dilemma between the United States and China. So in terms of short-term policies, the United States and China economic and strategic competition, South Korea had adhered to the orientation of relying on the United States for security, for the economy, on China for economy. So, but turn over the big alternative agenda. I thought that South Korean government policy goals have to establish grand strategies beyond the middle power diplomacy. Also, we looking for the new agenda, the making agenda, which are universal values such as liberal democracies, free market economy, as well as the peace on the Korean Peninsula, related with the human dignities. Also, new South Korea government please the removal the group thinking, and also we adopt the smart power, which means the combining with the soft and hard power, as well as the social power is so important, led by NGOs and the civilian societies. Also, we toss up K culture and the global public good. We more the bigger than idea than ever. Also, the foreign policies and the inter-Korean relations, we have to think about strategic approaches, which means the national security is very important meaning. Also, South Korean government have to be strengthening the alliance with the United States. And also, I thought that South Korea government can make the various attempts to resolve the stalemate in the inter-Korean relations, the wishful thinking that appeasement, the policy may one day lead to peace. This is a Korean version of Stockholm syndrome, I thought that. So those Korean policies in the future should have a larger framework and be comprehensive implemented with the secure peace policy on the one hand, and the humanitarian development policy on the other hand. So rather than setting a priority, the two must be coordinated. Also, the current situation surrounding the Korean Peninsula dictated that peace process should be approached with the bigger pictures and the more realistic perspectives. So please, so in terms of long-term perspectives, new South Korean government, please think about carrot and stick, security and prosperity, the sustainable policies toward North Korea. So finally, we need more multilateral approaches, such as the United States and Japan and South Korea as an alliance in the future. Also, economic development and mutual effort to NGOs cooperation toward North Korea. So thank you so much. Your time is so limited. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Hong. This is indeed, our time is getting shorter and shorter, and you're doing wonderfully at keeping to the time. Thank you so much. Then our next speaker, just a moment, I think I need my glasses. It's on my head. I'm a professor, you know that, right? Okay. So our next speaker is Dr. Kwang Ho Chun, who is full professor at the School of International Studies of Jeongbuk National University and was previously assistant professor in the Defense Studies Department at King's College London and the Defense Academy of the UK, as well as Université Catholique de Louvain in Belgium. He has his MA in European Studies and his PhD in International Relations. He's particularly interested in research in grand strategy, in military studies, and in irregular warfare. So let's please welcome Dr. Kwon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Okay, before begin my presentation, I think I have to confess myself that I'm a realist. At the same time, I'm a South Korean nationalist who's supporting the women's curling team who's competing against China right now in Beijing. Well, I started with some marginal talks because, even the Olympic Games in Beijing is not helping to ease down the tensions in Northeast Asia. And it shows clearly the complication of the situation in Northeast Asia. Well, and also I'd like to thank to Professor Hong, my previous presenter. I think, some part of my presentation will overlap with his discussion, so please refer to the proceedings which is given to you so that I can save some more time and give some more minutes to our chairman. Okay? The title of my presentation today is The Need for a Korean Grand Strategy, the Limitations of Contemporary National Security Policy. I divided into 7 parts of my presentation today. Of course, the introduction, and you can see that, up to introduction to conclusion, I divided into 7 parts, which I have to reorganize it more, but this is the initial presentation, so forgive me about that. Okay, I'm going to start with my real presentation. So, the North Korean nuclear program has been developed late 1950s, which is almost the same time with Chinese nuclear program. Okay, China has been a nuclear state from late 1960s, and North Korea is very near completion of their nuclear programs with their nuclear capability and the missile program, as well as hypersonic missiles, which they are now testing frequently in these days. So the thing is very clear that North Korea is near nuclear weapon state. How can we deal North Korea since they have something which South Koreans do not have? How can we compensate that terrible weapon which can destroy the Korean Peninsula in just 10 minutes? So this is a real big question and very debatable and very complicated question. Now, another thing that I would like to say is about the Hanoi Summit, which I prefer to say that it was a debacle. Why? Because there was no solution at all. The North Korean nuclear program is going on, and America is still using a sanction against North Korea as the most powerful action, but nothing is changing so far. And South Korea has to decide where to go, which road that we have to go, and we have to adapt that situation and change the situation ultimately. So The thing is, grand strategy, I prefer to say that this is something that we have to bear in mind. Of course, this is a holistic approach, how South Koreans have to make, but I don't think the grand strategy for South Korea has been made since a long time. Some people will argue about this point, but my position is very clear that, during past 25 years, there was no changes or there was no effectiveness of Korean grand strategy, which really changed the game. So if we define the South Korean grand strategy, we have to say that this grand strategy has to come out from every field of policy and every field of plans. Not only military plans, but we need an economic plan, and we need a political plan and diplomatic plan as well, as Professor Hong previously argued. Now, the US position is very clear in the term of grand strategy, which means that they have very clear security policy, and they have very clear policy which is called democratic peace, which was initiated from Clinton administration, spread over democracy, the value of democracy, and democracies will never fight each other. Is it adaptable in Northeast Asia? Well, question again. Now, it is because the Korean grand strategy has been changed a lot, time to time, and the present by president. For instance, President Kim Dae-jung, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, adopted sunshine policy. Now, President Roh Moo-hyun also used some terms of sunshine policy. But after Roh Moo-hyun, as you know, Lee Myung-bak and Park Geun-hye, the hardliners had different approaches to North Korea. So this means that in 25 years, the South Korean grand strategy has been struggled with 5 different approaches. After Moon Jae-in, well, what will happen? Who's going to be the next president of South Korea? And is he going to succeed the policy of liberals or policy of conservatives? Well, I do not know. I'm not an expert about domestic politics of Korea. But I have a suggestion at the end of my presentation that which has to go in which way. Now, the security dilemma of Korean Peninsula is very clear. Now, we have 4 major powers surrounding Korean Peninsula, which is, of course, the US, Japan, China, and Russia. When we had a Cold War, which really ended up in 1989 by falling of Berlin Wall, the geopolitical meaning of Korean Peninsula was very severe because the Korean Peninsula was a front line against the communists in Greater Asia and also in Europe, which is, of course, Soviet Union and China. Now, the geopolitical meaning of Korean Peninsula is declining. In some sense, I don't think there are any means of geopolitics in these days. Because we have missiles, long-range missiles, ILBM, which is mid-range missiles. And we do not fight man against man anymore, which means very severe condition. And again, that since the declining of the meaning of geopolitics, the new thing has been happened. What's the new thing? Of course, the rise of North Korea as a nuclear state. So the thing that we have to understand is What is important in Korean grand strategy is, of course, the first priority is US-ROK alliance. So we are going to talk really a little bit more about US and ROK alliance. The alliance has been meaningful to protect Korean Peninsula during the Cold War period. But after the fall of Berlin Wall, the situation really changed. Even nowadays, the situation is more severe. For instance, like a Quad, AUKUS, and Five Eyes. The new security architectures in Northeast Asia is establishing right now. Is South Korea a member of Quad, AUKUS, or Five Eyes? No. Okay, do we have to be a member? Maybe not. Maybe yes, but. So, the US ROK alliance is changing. How is it changing? The alliance is clearly no longer the hierarchy of the past. It is time to change, but how can it be changed? What's the motivation? Well, we have a lot of motivations. First of all, why do we have 5 different grand strategies during last 25 years? Because of the regime change and the president change. And what we have to understand is Korean democratization has a significant meaning to South Korean society, which is a division of the South Korean society into hardliners and softliners. When we say something about 8-6 generations, I mean, yeah, maybe you cannot really understand the 8-6 generations, but you can Google it later. The 8-6 generations perception of South Korean security is somehow very ideal, too much ideal, and maybe it's not achievable. When I say ideal, you can follow what has been happened after 2017, when Moon Jae-in administration came into power. I started with that I'm a realist and nationalist. I think we have some danger of long-range missile test of North Korea in the first half of 2020. So what do we have to do is very clear. We have to maintain US alliance, but in different way. How? Pragmatic way, but something like this. So what I would like to propose is that, we can do the end of war declaration, which Moon Jae-in is trying to seek very hardly right in these days. But yeah, we can do that. The Korea can be a balancer between Northeast Asia in that sense. Probably Moon Jae-in wanted to have end of war declaration during the Beijing Olympic Games, but unfortunately it didn't happen. But I think the first programmatic approach is that we should have end of declaration and use that as a tool for 4-party talks, which is substitution of 6-party talks we had previously. Well, as a conclusion, it is clear, time to change. How can we change? Be programmatic. That is my suggestion, and probably my suggestion about end of war declaration and the 4-party talks will open up a new chance, I hope. And I think, we can all help to pursue the peace in this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you for giving us a concentrated version of your presentation. I want to be very grateful and thank both speakers for their conciseness, and we are, I believe, right on time. You know, whatever is worth doing sometimes is worth doing once again. And one of those things is our pledge. So I would like to turn the remaining couple of minutes of this session over to our PWPA Secretary General, Dr. Joo Cha.
저희가 잠깐 광고를 드리겠습니다. 저희 이번 행사가
This
월서밋
point,
2022
The World Summit, this conference is being held on the occasion of the World Summit for the Peace
개회식 때는
in the world.
학술재단을 대표해서 저희가 사인보드를 했고요. 이번엔 세계평화교수협의회 단체로 저희가 사인보드를 하겠습니다.
We are going to have this
나오셔서
signboard signing ceremony.
개회식 때 사인 못하신 분 중에
Those who have not had an opportunity to sign, please come forward and sign this Pledge of Allegiance.
도부총장님 나오셔서 사인하시고 원장님은 아까 하시고요. 그다음에 이재영 부총장이 나오셔서
Vice President Lee Jae-young, please come forward to sign.
정시고 교수님 나오셔서
Professor Jung Soo, please come forward.
이상원 교수님
Professor Lee Sang-won, please come forward.
네, 사인 먼저 순서대로 하시면 됩니다. 먼저 하십시오. 사인하시는 분 저쪽에 계셨다가 같이 양쪽으로 진행합니다.
Sign up for photo session.
국방대학교 이상원 교수가
Professor Lee Sang from the Defense Academy, please come forward to sign.
(5분) 휴식하시고 다음 2분과 시작하겠습니다.
We are going to have a 5-minute break
그리고 저
before we begin the second session.
분과별로 단체가 되기 때문에 끝날 때마다 기념 촬영을
We have different sessions, so there's going to be a photo session after each session.
촬영을 하고 5분 휴식을 하도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, we are going to have the photo session before we take a break.
분과가 달라가지고요. 단체명이 한글로 할까요? 알겠습니다. 그러면 그냥 쉬었다가 바로 5분 뒤에 예 알겠습니다.
Okay, we'll just go ahead and take a rest
5분간
for 5 minutes.
your seat. Good afternoon. This symposium, international symposium, is like composed of three parts. One is liberal arts, second is social science, third one is natural science. So session one is like social science, and session two is natural science. So we have three speakers. The title of this whole event is session two is Beyond Einstein's Unified Field Theory. Actually, he didn't complete his desire, but the last speaker, Shipov, he think his theory of physical vacuum is like a completion of Einstein's unfinished unified field theory. So we are expecting his present by video. So in this second session, we have three speakers, all video presentation. So I'm very free from time control. So first speaker will be Dr. Marina Lobopov. So she is a Russian, but I heard she stayed in Thailand for 30 years. She has a medical doctor, and she worked for many years with Dr. Shipov. So her presentation is very difficult to understand, but I think very useful. So the title is really amazing, grand challenge. Really grand challenge in search of the new scientific paradigm and also universal principles of life. The title itself is a really amazing title. So when I read her presentation, many new concept ideas. And second presenter is Dr. Richard Lewis. So his original major is biology, but he's very interested in physics. So he will talk about unification thought and modern science. And the third presenter is Dr. Shipov. So in his book, The Theory of Physical Vacuum, so he mentioned a little bit about the psychophysical, some phenomena. So I'm very interested in what kind of procedure and what kind of paradigm he will present for the psychophysical phenomena in view of the theory of physical vacuum. So, okay, let's start with the first presenter, Dr. Marina Lobopov, maybe, Lobopov. So let's give a big hand for Dr. Marina.
In search for the new scientific paradigm and universal principles of life. We happen to live in a very challenging moment of the history of our planet. We look forward to creating our future and future technologies. We need deeper understanding of a complex phenomena of life and the nature of life processes, where mechanics of living systems is a key, but the least understood because of its complexity. Present paradigm, we have to remark the most conservative phenomena, human thinking. Today, the academic science doesn't have definitions of the fundamental concepts such as matter, energy, time, life, consciousness. Scientists believe that they know not more than 7% of information about microcosm, 3 to 4% of the information about genetics, 4 to 5% of the information about energy. Living system studies, not over 5%. human life system studies, not over 1%, not to be mixed with microbiology. It is at this level that not so quite perfect technologies are being created. Levels of awareness of reality, how we sense reality. First level, sacred, when we get subtle knowledge. Celestial, when we cannot explain, cannot make this science, since the main forces of nature are not fully defined and discussions are still going on. Scientific, this level consists of the following sub-levels: strategic, operational, academic. Next, scientific paradigm, well, the above levels show the visionary mastery is to be achieved to understand the true order of universal principles used by nature for her creativity. Gaining vision of the present, real time, now. Time seers gain vision of the future and awareness of the past. This is how a higher level of consciousness is being formed in resonance with the superconsciousness of the universe. Here's a quote from a novel of Mikhail Bulgakov, The Master and Margaret, where the enigmatic Professor Volland says, if there is no God, then one may ask, who governs human life? And in general, the whole order of things on earth. In order to govern, one needs, after all, to have a precise plan for a certain, at least some ridiculously short period. Well, say 1,000 years. But one cannot even vouch for his tomorrow, his own tomorrow. Individual ego could be limited by his own lower level of reality perception and attitudes. Here I would like to introduce our practical search and practical results on the road to reality. Physics of life, milestones. I won't be able to tell you all what we have been doing for those 20 years, but I will just make short notes. Our research in motion, it's related to teleportation, vacuum teleportation, anti-gravity probe. We signed agreement with Russian Khrushchev Space Center, was contract with Boeing. Then we search for energy, doing experiments in detection of scalar charge, monopole irradiation, experimental detection of new state of plasma related to superconductivity and negative energy, when we registered emission of fundamental particles with temperatures below zero. Actually, it was minus 60, minus 90 Celsius. And then, important step, physics of life. And then time became an important issue. What is time? Evolution of concepts of time in classical physics. Isaac Newton considered time as absolute. Albert Einstein generalized Newtonian mechanics and introduced the concept of space-time. Mathematical application. The next generalization of Newtonian mechanics was undertaken in quantum mechanics by the efforts of several prominent scientists. They aim to describe static energy events of the microworld as wave-particle duality or simultaneous presence of test particle in two states as a particle and a wave, but excluding its own field. The fourth generalization of Newtonian mechanics in 2005. Shipov described our results of our experimental works and continued the principle of René Descartes that motion was rotation, and described the rotational nature of time, thus time acquired physical properties. On essence of fundamental concepts, matter. As such, there is no single universally recognized scientific definition of matter. From a scientific point of view, the term mass is clearly defined, but matter can be defined in several ways along with the specified modifiers. Modern definition of matter lack an essential property describing its fact of physical being, its real or potential manifestation. Time constitutes the fabric of reality, its nature and essence. Time is a fundamental object related to the origin, existence, changes, and interactions of all objects from the beginning to the end of their existence, or transition to another phase, or another evolutionary level. Consequently, time is associated with the life cycle of matter, and it can be defined as matter of living time. On time mechanics and universal properties, let us refer to first to the equivalence principle of Albert Einstein, where energy is mass, EMC square. That's where not so perfect technologies appeared, because we have to break mass to get energy. We remember atomic technologies. According to the equivalence principle of Gennady Shipov, energy is rotation of matter, or E equals m rotational c square. The little sign look like spin. This is TIE symbol number 1, just to remember that our experiments have been happening in Thailand. It denotes rotation of mass. Continuing Shipov's equivalence principle, proven by our anti-gravity probe experiments, which we mentioned in milestones, we can assume that time is energy, and rotation of time matter creates energy field. Rotation of matter creates different type of energies, internal and external. Therefore, time has universal properties of creating various phase states, resonance, synchronization, and structuring of events. The results of our experimental research on motion, intelligent control of systems of multiple dimensions were continued and applied to living systems. Thus, biomechanics appeared. Innovative vision of how people walk, jump, turn, and how info energy is created by human propulsion. Psychomechanics gives a deeper insight in how human brain controls multiple dimensions, how neural signals interact at various hierarchic levels, how energy is being formed and information is distributed at higher levels, and more. The research in neuroscience led to a discovery of 8 neural channels and later to further development of psychomechanics. It is good to use for mental assessment, medicinal or self-improvement. And next level, time. In search for more subtle answers, we face time as a major challenge for its instantaneous control of movements, infosensory input, decision-making, subconscious interactions with external worlds. Let us see how it works. So this is a very general view of our work and results in biomechanics. We see that harmony is achieved through the instant equilibrium and the interchanges of the phase states. A is static balance at rest, bilateral symmetry of left and right planes or worlds at rest. It is presented by a computerized image based upon Leonardo da Vinci Vitruvian Man. B is presenting dynamic torsion balance during walking in the phases of human propulsion. M, with the red point, everywhere marks center of mass. C, it shows 0 point at state of weightlessness. It is achieved at compensated states when gravity, proposed by Einstein, is compensated by anti-gravity field proposed by Shipov. D. Time precession and notation of global structures describes innate motion of living systems. That is very important. That's how we are born. The general view of our psychomechanics. Nature achieves its harmony in operating hierarchic structures in living systems. First, time, focus of synchronization. The yellow point, 0, O, that is focus of our perception of internal world and external world. It depicts where the events met in living system, analyzed. The stream of time is perceived by human consciousness as always now. The arrow of time is around here, is associated with the perception of real time and aims from the past to the future. Stability zone is colored yellow, is at present moment. This is optimum function of living systems. It means healthy. Whatever is past or future, retarded or accelerated, is not healthy. People get sick. Now in C, there is working plane of the focal point 0, started from here, with imprint of neural events of the neural system, individual perception, state of consciousness, retardation or acceleration of neural signals in a matrix are associated with disorders or diseases. I give you a slight example. This is light blue, that is innate immune signal. In children born by cesarean, it's retarded. In people which are stressed, have tendency to stroke or cancer, this is accelerated. So each signal, neural signal, presents very meaningful content. And over here it's organized in hierarchic levels. When the higher level control human motion systems, reality perception, and the top level is connection with the external world. No? So executive, infosensory, strategic, subconscious, real time. Can be retarded, accelerated, but this is optimum. Over here I give you an example how we restore the past matrix. For example, the patient had a stroke. He was stressed for a long time, and he started to have mild stroke of the right side of the body. He couldn't move his arms and legs. And we have special equipment to restore time wave function. In few days, we restore the wave function and time control in his body. And you see, he moves in a normal way. This is the child, rebuild the future matrix. The child was born. It's a very complicated story. Mother died during the birth. The child experienced multiple disorders: suffocation, cardiac arrest. He was placed in ICU for 1.5 years. Life support, multiple infections. So 2 months ago, his parents asked us if we will be able to help. So this is the child in December. So after the first session, his right side started to be unlocked. He tried to move his elbow and knee. Then in 4 weeks, the child was able to sit with the support. And finally now, in about 6 weeks, he is able to sit and he doesn't want to recline anymore. Stimulation of living time wave function helps to rehabilitate the movements, infosensory and higher cognitive operations. He was able to control his eyes. He couldn't see before. He still wears the tubes in his throat, and he is fed through the tube. So still condition is complicated, but he is improving a lot. Parents are, father is very happy. So it's a little bit like summary, universal living time code, and how systems are interconnected. This is microcosm, cell, living cell, human system. This is planet Earth, and this is solar heliosphere. Right? The stability of living system is determined by time synchronization of all functions of the total living system, both within the system and with its outside world regulated by universal order. Total living system includes its time, psi, and physical states and functions. Total living system is a part of maternal planetary system, Earth, governed by celestial mechanics, same as Earth is a part of maternal system of universe. One more interesting example, Earth and its field of living time matter. NASA twin experiment shows impact on man, on Earth and in space. Two twin brothers. One brother stayed on Earth, one brother spent 1 year on Earth orbit. So about 7% of Scott Kelly's genes may have been permanently changed, their expression after being in space. Staying outside of the optimum range impacts living time matter in the living system. The new paradigm can be achieved when thinkers and visionaries achieve the next level in understanding the universal principles on how nature works to create and maintain life. A higher vision of reality, of existence, help to create our future while improving our past experience. Attaining creativity at a higher level makes lives worthy and gets divine support. Thank you very much for your attention.
So really, new scientific paradigm, grand challenge, many new concept, ideas, terminology. So, but second presenter, Dr. Richard Lewis is more come down to real world. So quantum, the unification thought and modern science, much normal than Dr. Marina. So let's welcome to Dr. Richard Lewis with a big hand.
The division of the Korean peninsula is not just political, it is also philosophical, even theological differences that divide them. This talk will deal with the great debate between science and religion about the fundamentals of existence. In the recent past, science seemed to dominate and religion seemed antiquated. In this discussion, we examine how the modern balance is shifting with the advent of both a new religious revelation and a revolution in the scientific understanding of reality. Classical science was hostile to the religious concept of a creator God, but classical theology did promote one scientifically proven concept, that the universe had a beginning. The Big Bang origin is now considered scientifically mainstream. In Newton's time, however, this origin concept was widely disparaged by the steady-state proponents. This is a spiritual revelation confirmed by empirical science, a healthy and productive give-and-take of ideas. The revolutionary theology taught by Reverend Moon is not hostile to science, and in a similar way suggests concepts that are amenable to scientific testing. In my book, Modern Science and Unification Thought, to be published by the Hyojong Academic Foundation this spring, I discuss areas where current science, with its new insights of quantum physics, cosmology, genetics, etc., has a constructive dialogue with unification thought, the philosophic aspect of Reverend Moon's theology. In this talk, I will give a brief survey of the many areas where I see a constructive convergence of religious revelation and scientific thinking. In overview, we see that while the materialistic foundations of classical science viewed the cosmos as consisting of a single physical realm, unification thought views the cosmos as having three distinct realms. One, the incorporeal abstract realm, where God, natural law, the mind, the wave function, and mathematics reside. Two, the corporeal physical realm of classical science, where stars, planets, and our physical bodies reside. 3, the corporeal spiritual realm intuited by religion, where our eternal spirit bodies reside. It's interesting to note that the really important stuff is in the incorporeal abstract realm. In my book, we document evidence that modern science is slowly coming to accept this tripartite view of reality. One point of divergence is that the scientific hierarchy is somewhat inconsistent and bipolar. For, while physics, cosmology, chemistry, and biochemistry are hard sciences based on mathematical laws, the life sciences are soft, using debatable terms and relying on contingent and accidental developments, biochemistry being where the transition occurs. Rejecting this, unification thought states that there is a law acting on every level of sophistication, a hierarchy of laws called the Logos, and this is the source of the emergent properties that arise at every level. While the Logos is responsible for the origin of the first infants, however, their maturing into a perfect adult is a portion of human responsibility that God does not interfere with. In unification thought, God designed the Logos, the totality of natural law, then triggered the Big Bang and let the Logos guide its development for billions of years until the advent of human beings. The transformation from classical to quantum physics involved the introduction of the wave function into our understanding of the workings of the world. This intangible aspect to matter, called orbital in atoms, instinct in animals, and mind in humans, is called sungsang in unification thought. It has no difficulties with what is often called quantum weirdness, which befuddled even such brilliant minds as Einstein's. It is the wave function that is responsible for all of the absurdity of quantum physics, as the classically trained views it, such as teleportation, mixed states, and entanglement. The quantum view even explains the familiar phenomenon of particle reflection in a window pane, a puzzle that quite stumped Newton. Unification thoughts that every entity, from simple electrons to sophisticated humans, has an intangible aspect as well as the external tangible aspect, both of which are equally real, the wave function of the electron being just as real as the mind of a human being. In the new view, the Logos determines the wave function, so there's no mystery with an intangible law determining an intangible wave function. The internal wave function determines the probability of what the external form will do and interact. This introduces a factor of indeterminism into science. This indirect action of law on the tangible removes the problem of determinism and free will. The wave function is not static, it can radically alter. The wave function changes and develops, governed by a combination of the Logos and the system's interactions with others, coupling with its subsystems. Their combined influence of these two directly affects the changes in the wave function. Unification thought, of course, sees the incorporeal God as the creator of the corporeal physical world. This raises the question of how an intangible entity can create tangible entities, magic excluded. While in my book I have avoided math as much as possible, it was a necessity to introduce complex numbers, those combining lineal size and circular rotation, as they are the only way to quantify and successfully describe both space-time and the wave function. Modern science is quite comfortable with Einstein's concept of an intangible space-time being curved as an explanation for gravity. If it can curve, it could also be twisted or deformed. We explore the idea of both matter quanta and force quanta being mathematical twists of intangible space-time, twists in 1, 2, or 3 of the spatial components along the time component, matter particles being non-oriented twists, and force particles being oriented twists in the space components along the time component of space-time. This view would explain the otherwise inexplicable numerology of fundamental physics and its obsession with the number 3, 3 quantum forces, 3 types of matter, 3 generations of matter particles, 3 chromodynamic colors. In this view, both God and the fundamentals of the corporeal world are similarly incorporeal, with solidity being an emergent property expressed from the Logos, not a fundamental aspect of reality. In unification thought, the universe is expressly designed for mankind, an anthropic universe. While it is possible to dispute this at sophisticated levels, at the fundamental level of physics and chemistry, the basic concepts have been found to be finely tuned to allow for us to exist. Even a single small change in these constants would not allow for our existence. In the book, we compare the 2 basic extant explanations for these anthropic constraints, an intelligent creator or a multiverse, where ours is just one of zillions. While many people have had spiritual experiences, myself included, classical science excludes the possibility of another realm alongside the physical realm. On examining various aspects of modern science in the book, however, we conclude that on a theoretical level, modern science is actually quite comfortable with the existence of another realm. It is comfortable with another realm for at least 5 conditions. 1. If it is 72% of the cosmos' energy. 2. If it has an anti-gravity effect. 3. If it is composed of negative energy tachyons. 4. If it is structured with supersymmetric entities. 5. If it inhabits the complementary metric to ours. Moving on to the life sciences, the study of evolution, which is a fact, and the debate about Darwinism and an explanation of it. Back in the 1800s, Darwin actually had a competitor in explaining evolution. While Darwin saw accidental random change as driving evolution, Lamarck proposed that learning and challenge were the drivers of evolution. Darwinism seemingly won the debate, but it actually did not explain the origin of species. He only explained microevolution, the origin of races and varieties. His paradigm was based on observations such as Darwin's finches on the Galapagos Islands. While microevolution of varieties was abundant there, the striking absence of Darwin's sparrows, Darwin's eagles, or Darwin's blackbirds refutes his extrapolation to the origin of species. There is a somewhat overlooked difference between non-life and living systems involving the origin and multiplication of systems. The origin and multiplication of new inanimate systems are basically the same. In both cases, the logos unites nuclei and electrons with the emergent properties of atoms. For example, it is quite logical to say that there was the very first helium atom in the universe as it cooled from hot plasma to cool atoms. The appearance of the second, third, and so on helium atoms was basically identical to that of the first. For living systems, this simple repetition is not the case. The origin of the first of a living system is similar to that of inanimate systems, the logos bringing together subsystems into a new system with a new set of emergent properties. The difference is that this process of analog assembly is recorded as digital information in the DNA, and it is this that is passed on down a lineage. It is this information, not the logos directly, that directs the assembly of the second, third, and so on members of the new system. This difference involves the reading and writing of digital information and expression as analog form. We look to computer science for its experience in recording analog form as digital information for storage, the writing step, and recalling it to regenerate analog forms, the reading step. For example, this document of text and diagrams was recorded on my computer as digital information, arrays of ones and zeros, where it was manipulated and recalled to drive a printer to create the document, the reading step. Darwin's explanation was combined with genetics to create the modern synthesis. This, however, makes the error of considering only the reading, not the writing of digital information. The fundamental dogma of genetics is the one-way flow of information from nucleic acids to protein, to form and function. In this view, the only change to the digital information arises by random alterations and mutations. Excuse me. In Lamarckism, ancestral wisdom is accomplished, a kind of Lingian microevolution. What is being learned is information on how to thrive in the logos-created world. Relatively recent is the emergence of the new science of epigenetics, which introduces and studies the writing of digital information in living systems, all governed by proteins. While science has yet to establish the mechanism of speciation, it is established that epigenetic information influences the changes in DNA during the formation of the sexual gametes. In the book, we discuss the similarities between the human-directed evolution of computer systems and the logos-directed evolution of living systems. We examine the basic requirements of systemic development over time. In order for the logos to unite subsystems together as a higher system, there needs to be the subsystems pre-existing in a congenial environment. We call such an environment an Eden for the origin of the system. In unification thought, it is a simple principle of the 3 stages of development over time: formation, growth, and completion. Given the origin of a system, multiplication and development follows, and their completion and maturation create an Eden for a more sophisticated system to arise, all under the influence of the logos. In our helium example, while the logos, nuclei, and electrons had been around for thousands of years, the environment had been too hot, not at all congenial for atoms to form. Only 380,000 years after the Big Bang was the universe cold enough for the first atoms to appear. In the book, we describe in broad detail the evolution of life on Earth as a sequence of origin in an Eden, followed by multiplication and eventual development of an Eden for a more sophisticated system. This system is repeated over time. Starting with the Big Bang Eden for electrons and nuclei, the sequence is repeated with an Eden for human origin at the very conclusion. While Darwinism views the driving force of evolution to be random change, the book explores concepts more in tune with modern physics and the logos. One consequence of Darwin's theory of accidental random change is that evolution is expected to be gradualistic, as one species gradually changes until it's so different that it can be considered a new species. Unfortunately for his theory, the pattern we actually see in the fossil record of life's history is periods of microevolution followed by the rapid emergence of new species. This evolutionary fact is called punctuated evolution, long periods of stasis punctuated by short periods of speciation. For humanity's origin, the stasis period was the 3 million years before present of the Old Stone Age. This long period of stasis development was followed by the sudden transition to the Neolithic, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, etc., all in just thousands of years, not millions. This abrupt change was brought about by the emergence of humans with a new set of emergent properties. It is noteworthy that modern genetic science has agreed with two theological concepts. One, that the origin event occurred in a single place. In the Bible it's called the Garden of Eden. In genetics it is called the Out of Africa consensus. That an ancestral couple was involved, called in the Bible Adam and Eve. In genetics they are called mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosome Adam. This couple is now considered to have been roughly contemporary and members of a small breeding community, the minimum size of which is just 2. While it's quite clear from history that humans have yet to arrive at the completion stage, more a religious than a scientific concern, we look to the future and what is available in current science that would allow humanity to spread from the Earth into the wider universe. The phenomenon of teleportation is integral to the quantum weirdness of entanglement that Einstein rejected as spooky. If the wave function gives a particle a 50% of being in one place, 50% in another place, and 0% of being anywhere else, in between, then the particle will jump from one to the other, spending half its time in either, regardless of the spatial separation. This has been experimentally verified over a wide range of separations. Theoretically, the separation is unbounded, and it can be the separation of stars and galaxies. With foresight, a 2008 book discusses such non-conforming ideas as initiating a coming age of entanglement. We note that many natural phenomena send entangled particle pairs shooting off in opposite directions through the vacuum of space, moving apart at near light speed. While the Earth's atmosphere destroys such entanglement, the airless moon is constantly being bombarded by entangled particles whose partner can be anywhere else in the universe. We conclude that the Creator has already embodied pathways to the stars and galaxies in the design of the universe, a suitable high note on which to end this presentation. Thank you for your participation in the seminar. Any questions or comments can be emailed to me at the address on the screen.
So his presentation is much more understandable than Dr. Marino. So he tried to explain the concept of logos, especially in us, 형상, together with relativity, quantum physics, and chemistry, biology, and even astronomy. So I think at the question and answer session, you can raise some questions. And the last speaker is Gennady Shipov. So he's the main person for the title of second session, Beyond Einstein's Unfinished Unified Field Theory. So his theory of physical vacuum is to challenge, to solve Einstein's final dreams. Let's give a big hand to Dr. Shipov.
Хорошо. Yes. We're going to talk about the physical vacuum and the physical phenomena that can be explained by using the equations of the physical vacuum. When we speak of psychophysical phenomena, we refer to those phenomena where the consciousness of a person acts upon and controls objects in the material world. So what does reality consist of in the theory of physical vacuum? Here it is important to mention that the theory of physical vacuum, besides the material world, also consists of a world of higher reality, the realm of spirits, the realm of the absolute nothing, which symbolizes God. Here, we see that there's a scale from 10 to the minus 36 meters. The size at which we study the infinitesimal strings, all the way to 10 to the 27th meters, corresponds to the clusters of the multiverse. This entire scale is the scope of our science, namely the scale of the material world. The human being, who measures only 1.5 to 2 meters, this rather small being is endowed with the capability to relate to things from 10 to the 27th meters down to 10 to the minus 36 meters, the strings, the smallest entities which we know about. This is the entire range that we study in science. Slide 3. The title is Theory of Physical Vacuum. What's that? I will very briefly explain the equations governing the physical vacuum, as you can see on the right-hand side of this slide. These describe all levels of reality: solid objects, liquids, gaseous substances, elementary particles, plasma. These 4 levels constitute the material world. We study these from elementary school science classes all the way up to the university level. However, in addition to the 4 states of material reality, these equations also extend to the world of higher reality, which comprises the physical vacuum, where the primary torsion fields reside, and also the absolute nothing, or God. The realm of the absolute nothing, or God, is mathematically described by the identity equation, namely 0, from a purely physical standpoint. However, all development in the world begins from the absolute nothing. This gives rise to the primordial torsion fields, the physical vacuum as the matrix for all that is possible. And on this foundation, the absolute nothing goes on to create the elementary particles, gases, liquids, and solid bodies. The fully developed theory has been published in the book Theory of Physical Vacuum of the New Paradigm in 1988. Slide 4, title, Divine Property of Man is to Work Miracles. In one of his sermons, Jesus Christ said, "You are all gods." What he meant was that we can also perform miracles just as Jesus himself did. However, among physicists, moreover, one of these was John Hagelin, a disciple of the Indian philosopher and physicist Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who had established universities around the world. And those around him observed, they saw the many miracles that Guru Maharishi performed. So John Hagelin concluded that we humans can indeed do miracles. But these miracles occur in accordance with laws of physics that have not yet been recognized. Slide 5, the title Pyrokinesis. There's a photo of, on this slide we see a picture of a young man performing pyrokinesis. This phenomenon shows that a person is capable of igniting objects on fire with the power of his or her thought. Here in the first film, you will see an example where David Vasilevsky lights a match by his mind alone. There, see that? In the second film clip, Mikhail Raduga lights a tissue by concentrating his thought. Now, Mikhail Raduga sets fire not only paper, but any objects he wishes to, and not only close up, but even at a distance. He can light anything he wants to, even from a distance. In my book, I write that a person consists of psychoelectrical fields that can radiate various types of waves with all different properties. These emanations can be measured. Psychic waves can dematerialize or materialize matter. The possibilities of such radiations exceed our imagination. Slide 6. Sviatoslav Rerich on psychic energy and the Indian guru Sai Baba. In 1987, I was very fortunate to meet with the Russian artist and thinker Sviatoslav Rerich. In our conversation, we discussed the question, what is psychic energy? Sviatoslav Rerich spoke of the example of Guru Sai Baba, who could materialize various objects, including gold, rings, diamonds, as you can see in the photograph. Here he forms a trident made of sacred ash. It's called a vibhuti. So Sai Baba made this to share with his followers and has been constantly using this sacred instrument for a long period of time. Next slide is titled Psychogravitation. That's Anatoly Antipov. When a person attracts a heavy object to his own body, that's called psychogravitation. So you can hear the assistants chattering back and forth as they're lifting the heavy plates to Antipov's chest. Okay, grab the handle. Help me here. Here. Now that's work for you. This has got to be a world record. 150 kilograms. Good Lord. That's work. 150 kilograms. That's a world record. Okay, slide number 8. This slide demonstrates telekinesis, where a person moves objects without touching them, solely by his own mental or her mental power. Here, the operator, they don't even have to touch these objects to move them. Here, Vadim Kuzmenko acts on a suspended object under a glass globe. A light aluminum foil is balanced on a needle and isolated under a fishbowl. The globe with the setup under it was placed in another room 5 meters apart. And a video camera was set up in the other room and a monitor in front of the operator showing the object on the screen. The operator watched the monitor with the object under the fishbowl, and the foil began to turn, even though it was separated by a wall, and he was only watching a TV image of the object, just on the screen. At the same time, Olga Karyakina, who was conducting the experiments at the Brain Institute, was monitoring the electrical voltage at different points in the operator's brain. Under normal circumstances, the electrical potential is evenly distributed around a person's brain, but during this experiment, the voltage concentrated around the frontal lobe of the operator. Slide 9, the title, Aura and Physical Body. In Elena Blavatsky's book, From the Caves and Jungles of Hindustan, we find a diagram that shows how the body of a person is surrounded by auras, and each aura depicts another shell of the physical body, such as the etheric body, the transparent body, the astral body, the mental body, the body of the soul, and the body of the spirit. And conducting these experiments with special apparatus, we were able to detect these auras. These auras indeed exist. Part of our self, our physical and etheric bodies, belongs to the material world. The transparent body, the astral body, and the mental body belong to the subtle material world, and the body of the soul and the body of the spirit belong to the world of higher reality. We even observe the exit of the astral body or the phantom from the physical body of a person. In this case, the phantom has our own consciousness and can easily pass through material barriers such as walls, as illustrated in this slide. Not only human bodies have a phantom, but also other living organisms, animals, and plants also have a phantom too. We observed the departure of the astral body by means of self-hypnosis, the state of clinical death, car accidents, and when a centrifuge spun too fast, nearly to the point of a death, and the test object lost consciousness. So at this point, he or she saw that they left their physical body and they saw themselves from outside their own body. That even happened to me one time. Slide 10. Man has received, God fashioned us according to his own image and likeness. For this reason, by mobilizing our thoughts, each person in principle has the capacity to materialize or dematerialize objects. He can levitate, that is, overcome the force of gravitation. He can attract objects with his or her own body. She can move objects regardless of the distance. He can look through opaque screens. She can see the past and the future. And he can travel to other worlds with the spirit. In our present time, the time has come that not only psychophysical processes manifest by mobilizing our thoughts, we will study and make use of them. We'll study and make use of these with the help of the equations of the physical vacuum. Thank you for your attention. Moscow State University.
Dr. Shipov, he attended many times from 2019, 2020, 2021. He attended our international conference. So he is very proud of disciple of Albert Einstein. But I think if he showed this video to Albert Einstein, he may say, "Oh, you are not my disciple. I don't like a psycho medical phenomena or spirit world." But somehow beyond his theory. Okay, let's close this session to natural science. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much once more for everybody for being a part of this special conference and especially our session. One more special thanks from the Dr. Jin there are so many online participants, especially from Russia. Thank you so much for them. My name is Young-Sik Pyun, who is the Emeritus Professor of Sunmun University. And maybe you can read what I have done in my profile. The title of this session, as you know, the Journal of Hyojong Academia toward Scopus accreditation. Look a little bit strange, but you will get why we are trying to do this kind of session. This session consists of the 2 oral presentation and 2 video presentation. The first one is the introducing the launching of Journal of Hyojong Academia and International Conference of the Hyojong Academy. Next one is a very important talk, which will be delivered via online from the United States. The title is Toward Religious Unity in the 21st Century. And next, following this important talk, another talk, online talk from Professor Lee, titled as the Theory of Ideal Society and Interdependence Thought, interdependence idea of the Hedwig thought from the perspective of Buddhism. After that, we'll have one more final video presentation, which is the highlight of the Young Scholars Academic Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce the first order, let me see. His name is Professor Andrew Wilson, who is a professor of the Unification Theological Seminary in New York, United States of America. He is a prolific scholar whose book and paper cover diverse topics ranging from religion and peace to character education to the theory of spiritual world. He is chief editor of Journal of Unification Studies and will serve as one of the chief editors for Journal of Hyojong Academia. The title of his presentation today, as I mentioned, Toward Religious Unity and Harmony in the 21st Century. Let's welcome Professor Andrew Wilson with a big round of applause. Professor Wilson, are you ready? Okay, please go ahead.
It's like I have to unmute. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, so Mother Moon teaches that God's purpose for humankind in the 21st century is to build a peaceful, united world. She teaches that religions have a responsibility to put aside their ancient conflicts and join as one to represent God. They need to establish themselves as a united force that can take the position of the world's higher mind. According to the divine principle, the ideal of human society has the form of a perfected human being whose mind or conscience is the subject partner and body is object partner. Likewise, in human society, religion should function in the position of the mind, while other human activities, including business, politics, science, and the media, are in the position of the body. As God is the center of religion, religion should be the center that guides all social life. However, as long as the religions are in conflict, They cannot stand in that position. Instead, they cause society to function like a human being with a divided mind. As long as religious leaders allow themselves to be dominated by politics, economic interests, and the passions of the tribe, society will resemble a fallen person whose body, with its lower desires, dominates the mind. It was on account of the defects in religion that secularism became persuasive to people of conscience. People who abhorred the suffering of the poor saw religions justifying the ways of the rich who exploited them. So they naturally turned to materialism and communism. As the divine principle eloquently puts it, when ecclesiastic love waned, when waves of capitalist greed surged across Christian Europe, when starving masses cried out bitterly in the slums, the promise of their salvation came not from heaven but from the earth. Its name was communism. Christianity, though it professed the love of God, had degenerated into a dead body of clergy trailing empty slogans. What a pity this is. Yet even if religions were to overcome these inadequacies, the division among religions remains a major reason why religious truth is unable to conquer materialism. When Christianity denies the validity of other faiths and their truths, it itself sinks to the position of a relative truth. Materialism could triumph because it claims to be based on science, which is universally valid everywhere and all the time. Religions, on the other hand, appeared to present only relative teachings, Christian teachings, Buddhist teachings, Islamic teachings. That is why there is an asymmetry in the way encyclopedias present knowledge. They treat religious knowledge as beliefs, products of culture and history, while they treat scientific knowledge as facts, objective and real. As long as this condition persists, religion is already the loser. However, when the religions of the world unite in heart, respect one another, and recognize that the deity whom they revere is the same God, seen from different angles, then finally the world will be able to teach God as an objective fact. Then theories of reality based on spirit will be able to conquer theories of reality that are limited to material. When the religions unite in common witness to God, the 21st century can become a century where the spirit rules. Nevertheless, religions do not naturally strive to unite. Jesus said, "I am the truth, the way, and the life, and no one comes to the Father but by me." In the Quran, we read that Muhammad is the seal of the prophets. The Buddha said, outside the Buddhist dispensation, there is no saint. Each religion thinks it is the best. If it encounters another religion, it criticizes it for teaching a lower truth. For example, Buddhism rejects the Hindu gods. It teaches that they are like any other beings on the wheel of samsara who are subject to reincarnation and the results of karma. Hence, it is useless to worship the gods. Only by going the path of the Buddha can one be free from that wheel of endless rebirths. Hindus, in turn, regard Buddhism as heretical. Yet to honor Buddha, Hinduism made him into an avatar of Vishnu, in effect making him a god while ignoring his teachings about the gods. Islam took a position against Christianity by rejecting Jesus' divinity. Jesus' real teaching, according to the Quran, is no more and no less than the teaching of any prophet. The Quran governs how Jesus should be understood for Muslims. It affirms that Jesus should be honored as a prophet, but rejects the Christian belief that Jesus brought salvation. Christianity, in turn, could not help but regard Islam as an adversary whose error-filled teachings lead people astray. The divisions in the people of God are even more apparent in the Judeo-Christian tradition. The Jews' rejection of Jesus and persecution of the early church was more than matched in the centuries that followed by Christian anti-Semitism and persecution of Jews. Not only that, divisions multiplied within the ranks of Christianity itself, which in the name of weeding out heretics, excommunicated whole churches to maintain the purity of the faith. The Albigensian Crusade in the southern France in the 13th century, the Inquisition in the 15th and 16th century, and the 30 Years' War between Protestants and Catholics in the 17th century perpetrated horrific bloodshed on the European population. The consequence was that many Europeans turned away from religion entirely, as the philosophers of the Enlightenment blamed religion for the evils of humanity. This was well expressed by Voltaire, whose rallying cry was, "Écrase l'infâme," let us crush the evil thing, referring to religious superstition. Thus, conflict among Christians bore the fruit of atheism and secularism, demonstrating the truth of what happens when Christians do not keep the words of Jesus' prayer, quote, that they may all be one so that the world may believe, John 17:21. Yet other Enlightenment figures, particularly John Locke in England, strove for religious harmony. Locke regarded belief in God as in accord with the best of human reason, to which should be subordinated particular religious dogmas and rituals. Drawing on Locke, American deists like Thomas Jefferson saw the hand of God in the American Revolution and the establishment of a new nation where there would be freedom of religion. In the New World, religious denominations were not only free to practice their faith, but they could coexist with one another within the larger framework of God's providence for liberty. Yet the trend towards harmony among religions in America did not spring forth without a struggle. The Puritans in Massachusetts wanted freedom for themselves, but they persecuted dissenters, such as the Quaker Mary Dyer, whom they hanged in 1660. The movement to enshrine freedom for all faiths began with the Flushing Remonstrance of 1637, and finally, 100 years later, resulted in the First Amendment of the US Constitution, which guarantees the free exercise of religion for all. With freedom of faith and toleration of other faiths, Americans of many faiths have cooperated in building the nation. Religious toleration is a manifestation of Jesus' teaching to love your enemies. The first step in loving members of other religions is to give them the freedom to practice their own faith. But love does not stop with toleration. It seeks to understand, to befriend, and to help. It encourages believers to be their best, no matter what their faith. Thus, Mother Teresa famously said, "I've always said we should help a Hindu become a better Hindu, a Muslim become a better Muslim, and a Catholic become a better Catholic." The 1893 World Parliament of Religions, where the Indian delegate Swami Vivekananda riveted the audience with his call for religious toleration, heralded the growing acceptance of Eastern religions in America. The Bhagavad Gita and Confucius Analects joined the reading lists of freshman college courses. With growing immigrant communities came the proliferation of their temples and clergy. As these immigrants entered the mainstream of American society, Muslim imams, Sikh gurus, and Buddhist priests joined local interfaith associations which sprung up in every city and participated side by side with Christian clergy in civic life. Another impetus for interfaith was Jewish-Christian dialogue. Its watershed moment was Vatican II, out of which came the pioneering document Nostra Aetate, the Declaration on Relations of the Church with Non-Christian Religions, which was promulgated in 1965 by Pope Paul VI. It recognized that Christian anti-Semitism had been a causal factor in the Holocaust and called the Church to repentance. Subsequent dialogues, large and small, are helping to root out anti-Semitism from Christian teachings. I've written extensively on this in relation to unification teachings as well. We can see from this brief review of history that the main impetus for improving interfaith relations in modern times came from the Christian civilization of the United States and Europe. Let us examine the reasons why Christianity took the lead. According to the divine principle, quote, "The main distinction between Christianity and other religions is that its purpose is to receive and honor the true parents of humanity, through whom all people can be reborn as good children. In this way, Christianity should renew the world as one global family which God purposed from the time of creation. This makes Christianity the central religion with the mission to fulfill the goal of the providence of restoration. And in fact, during this era when the true parents are on earth, American Christianity has warmed to the ideal of all humankind as one global family under God. Faith leaders in major American cities, Protestants, Catholics, Jews, Muslims, Sikhs, Hindus, Buddhists, are fellowshipping together and collaborating on solving community problems such as homelessness, drug abuse, and suicide. They make no distinction over religion, but treat everyone who needs help as a child of God. Conversely, in nations belonging to other cultural spheres, Islamic, Hindu, Buddhist, and Confucian, such interfaith activities are often severely restricted. America is a Christian nation, yet it includes people of all religions who are united as one nation under God. At the Washington Monument rally on the occasion of America's bicentennial, Reverend Moon proclaimed that America is the model for one world under God, as he calls it, and as such, its mission is to unite the religions of the world. He said, America must unite the cultures of the West and the East, as well as the Middle East, and create one great unified culture, ultimately fulfilling the mission of establishing the kingdom of God on earth. One world under God is the unchanging, eternal, and absolute desire of God. This goal will be realized, yet in order to accomplish this goal, the unity of religions is the first and essential task. Soon after Reverend Moon began his ministry in America, he began working for the unity of religions, building upon America's prepared foundation. As a first step, he founded the Unification Theological Seminary. It opened its doors in 1975 with David S.C. Kim as its first president. Its initial faculty was a diverse group representing the breadth of the Judeo-Christian tradition, hailing from Methodist, Reformed, Roman Catholic, Greek Orthodox, and Jewish faiths. UTS began a series of theological conferences in the late 1970s and early 1980s that attracted distinguished scholars, including Harvey Cox of Harvard University, Lonnie Cleaver of Southern Methodist University, Jewish theologian Richard Rubenstein, Islamic scholar Ismail al-Faruqi, and many more. These weekend dialogues with UTS students with their wide-ranging discussions of unification theology were profoundly moving for all involved. Building on these early conferences, UTS organized the New Ecumenical Research Association, or New Era, in 1979. It launched annual conferences on God, the Contemporary Discussion. The first such God conference in December 1981 attracted 170 participants from 33 countries and all major religions. These conferences continued through the 1980s. The work of New Era was the foundation on which Reverend Moon established the International Religious Foundation, the Religious Youth Service, and the Interreligious Federation for World Peace. These organizations played significant roles as catalysts for interreligious cooperation in the 1980s and 90s. IRF's foremost conference was the Assembly of the World's Religions, which it held 3 times from 1985 to 1992. In addition to dialogues, it featured ceremonial expressions of religious unity, which included interreligious prayers and a ritual in which leaders of the different faiths poured glasses of water into a common bowl. These ceremonies would become common features in subsequent unification events. At the same time, IRF invited American Christian ministers to conferences on unification theology to expand interfaith work from the sphere of academy to working clergy. Some of these clergy later participated in the Common Suffering Fellowship to show solidarity with Reverend Moon during his imprisonment in Danbury. According to unification theology, Korea is the third Israel. Therefore, like America, it should also be a center for the unity of religions. Even though Korean Christianity is narrowly evangelical and generally does not support interfaith activities, Reverend Moon, from the earliest days of his ministry, made initiatives in the interfaith field. Hence, in addition to evangelical activities, in 1966, Reverend Moon had HSAUWC create the Superdenominational Christian Association to promote ecumenical activities with established churches. On September 9th, 1968, Reverend Moon spoke at a conference at the Christian Academy House, which was attended by 40 Christian leaders, HSA members, and religion scholars. In 1970, HSA joined the Korean Religions Association, which was founded in 1965 as Korea's first interfaith organization. Reverend Moon brought new energy to its work by founding the newspaper Weekly Religion, the first pan-religious newspaper in Korea, in July 1971. It has since sponsored numerous academic seminars, interfaith dialogues, public lectures, and cultural events. In 1988, Pastor Jae-suk Lee, a former president of HSA UWC, was elected its 13th president. Today, membership of the Korean Religions Association includes Catholics, Protestants, several Buddhist denominations, Latter-day Saints, Confucianists, Chundoists, and Muslims, as well as Unificationists. It was always Reverend Moon's plan to bring the well-developed interfaith activities in America centered on UTS, Unification Theological Seminary, to Korea in order to bequeath to the unification movement in Korea, and hence to all Korea, the mission and mindset for interfaith. Hence, after two assemblies of the world's religions in New Jersey and San Francisco in 1985 and 1990, the third assembly was held in Seoul in 1992 in conjunction with the first World Culture and Sports Festival. The ceremonial expressions of interfaith unity that began at the Assembly of the World's Religions became a regular feature of World Culture and Sports Festivals and of the marriage blessings, which beginning in 1992 included couples of all religions. These marriage blessings begin with interfaith prayers, demonstrating that religious unity is the unification ideal. Two dimensions of religious unity. Religious unity has two axes, vertical and horizontal. The vertical axis is unity with true parents who are God's embodiments. The horizontal, they establish the fundamental foundation for God's reign on earth. The horizontal axis refers to friendly and harmonious relations among religions to realize the unity of all the people of God's family. New Era and IRF's initial interfaith work were primarily on the horizontal axis. The God conferences invited participants of all faiths to contribute their knowledge and viewpoints. Seminars were provided for those participants who wanted to study the divine principle, but they were offered separately out of respect for the sensitivities of the participants. For instance, IRF sponsored an intra-religious Muslim conference in Cairo in 1990, where all the discussion was among Muslims and for Muslims. At a time when terrorism was rife and it was conceivable that war could break out between Christian and Muslim nations, the purpose of that conference was for Muslims themselves to cultivate the path of peace. Reverend Moon supported them, trusting that God had given Islam resources for peace and that God works with all religious leaders of goodwill. As a contribution towards the horizontal dimension of interfaith, Reverend Moon directed me to prepare World Scripture, a comparative anthology of sacred texts, 1991, as a textbook demonstrating the common ground among all religions. An interfaith board of editors selected the sacred texts of their traditions. To this day, World Scripture serves as a resource for interfaith activities and a textbook for college courses in religion. The vertical dimension of religious unity is more challenging because it requires placing true parents at the center. This privileging of unificationism seemed, for some, to contradict the ideal of interfaith. It became an issue at the first World Culture and Sports Festival in 1992, where there was a public proclamation of Reverend Moon's messianic identity. This caused some participants to fall away. Nevertheless, it is a fact that many religious leaders who sponsor interfaith dialogues also see their particular religion as playing the central role. For example, the Pope's periodic interfaith summits at Assisi. This fact was pointed out just a few weeks ago in the excellent Cesnur white paper, quote, the Universal Peace Federation, Moon Front, or respected NGO, which I urge everyone to read. It's a wonderful piece. In fact, there's no contradiction between vertical unity with true parents and the horizontal harmony among religions. This is because the impetus for interfaith flows directly from true parents' mission, teachings, and heart. The mission of true parents is for all humankind, encompassing all religions. Hence, it is written in the divine principle that true parents come to fulfill the mission of the expected one in all religions. Reverend Moon was not only the second coming of Christ, whom Christians yearn to see, he was also the Maitreya Buddha, the Kalki avatar of Hinduism, and so on. For each religion, welcoming the true parents supports the fulfillment of its own ideal. Moreover, the heart of true parents is the heart of Heavenly Parent, who rejoices to see the religions of the world joining in harmonious relationships as good children, giving and receiving for the benefit of the world. Mother Moon manifested that heart in Africa, where she met many Muslim religious leaders and officiated at a blessing of Muslim couples in Niger. There she said, I am fully aware of the dedication of the Prophet Muhammad in establishing the rich religious tradition of Islam, and I regard many preeminent Muslim leaders I have met as my own sons. That being the case, it is incumbent upon the followers of true parents of different religious backgrounds to embrace their religions as they are, with a parental heart that accepts them unconditionally as Heavenly Parents' children and accommodates their cultures and traditions. They need to deeply understand the religions of their birth from within in order to better elucidate the connections between those religions and true parents' teachings. This effort is necessary to avoid misunderstandings that may arise from the conventional presentations of the divine principle that rely upon the Christian Bible. To this end, Reverend Moon commissioned me to prepare a second volume of World Scripture entitled World Scripture and the Teachings of Sun Myung Moon, 2007. It juxtaposes passages from the world's religion's sacred texts with passages from Reverend Moon's words that directly pertain to them. Still, more work remains to be done to fully illuminate the principal teachings inherent in each of the world's religions from an insider's viewpoint. And I have some footnotes about some works on that regard. Nevertheless, interreligious activities that focus mainly on truth cannot succeed in uniting the religions, where doctrinal and institutional differences remain as high walls. The path to religious unity begins from the heart. Fundamentally, human beings were created to live and flourish in the love of God. It is a state in which all fear, selfishness, and judgment fall away. The principle teaches that human beings are created to live with God in a parent-child relationship. And today, through true parents, that original human-divine relationship is being recovered. In the love of Heavenly Parent, people of all religions can unite as siblings. This is where the role of true parents is crucial for interreligious unity. Again, we read in the principle, a family can be formed only when there is a father and a mother. Only then can true brotherly love arise. Only when Christ comes again as the parent of humanity will all people join together in one great family and live harmoniously in the global village, unquote. With the fundamental victory of true parents having been achieved, the foundation has been laid for religious unity to be realized in our time. That is why Mother Moon today can go about the world welcoming people of all religions to participate in the blessing with no conditions attached. She has, in fact, become an apostle to the world for religious unity and harmony. To Mother Moon, all people of the world are God's children who can be grateful to their respective religions for providing the paths by which today they can know their Heavenly Parent. Still, further research will be needed to fully document this interfaith aspect of Mother Moon's recent activities. And that concludes my paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wilson, for your impressive talk on religious harmony and unity. This sentence, the path to the religious unity, begins from the heart. This meaningful sentence, the path to the religious unity begins from the heart, will remain also in my heart. Let's give a big hand to the Professor Wilson once more for his nice presentation. Let's move next. I'm very happy to introduce Professor Jae-young Lee, who is an emeritus professor of Seonmun University and also an endowed chair professor of Seoul University of Buddhism. He has a 2 doctoral degrees in theology and Buddhist meditation, and written a number of books and academic papers in the field of religious studies and meditation. His presentation today is the theory of an ideal society and interdependence idea of a headwing thought from the perspective of Buddhism. Let's welcome Professor Lee with big hand.
Good afternoon, all participants. My name is Jae-young Lee. I'm a professor of Seonmun University, and Dr. Pyons mentioned I am a chair of professor in Seoul University of Buddhism. So I majored 2 studies. Today's the title of my paper is the theory of an ideal society. 앞에 나오네요. Interdependence idea of heading thought from the perspective of Buddhism. This paper is written by Professor Kim Yong-pyo and me. Professor Yong-pyo Kim is main author, and I am the co-author. Professor Kim is one of the representative Buddhist scholars in Korea. Actually, Professor Yong-pyo Kim was supposed to present this paper today, but unfortunately, he is not here due to his busy schedule. Actually, Professor Kim, Yong-pyo Kim, his major Buddhism. So nowadays, recently, at the book project of Hyojong Academy, President Yong-pyo Kim and I jointly published a book titled Religion and Peace. The paper I'll present will be published chapter 1 of this book. Now I'll start my presentation. Before presentation, as you know, there are 2 mainstream Buddhism. One is the Theravada Buddhism, 초기 불교. The other one is Mahayana Buddhism, Korean or the 대승 불교. Professor Yong-pyo Kim was influenced by Mahayana Buddhism idea. So this is based on the Mahayana Buddhism thought. First, I'll explain the premise. And the purpose of this paper, this premise of paper becomes a key topic for realizing the ideal world that all religions aim for. The purpose of this paper is to examine the difference and the interface between the ideas of interdependence of the Buddhism and heading thought. Next, I explain the direction of this paper's discussion. There are two directions as following. First, Buddhism and heading thought to have a fundamental difference in their view of reality and view of Messiah. Second, the contact point between heading thought and Buddhism can have various dimensions, such as worldview, theory of human beings, theory of the Messiah, view of ideal society, ethical belief, view of economy, view of peace, view of family, view of afterlife, view of world citizen, and view of meditation practice. Next, I introduce the issues to explored in this paper. Today, I will mainly explain in the following fifth point of view of view as following. First, what is the goal of joint aspects of world religion and theories of an ideal society? Second, sorry. What is the theoretical basis of the theory of an ideal society and the economic ethics of Buddhism and heading thought? Third, what is the socio-ethical meaning of the idea of the great compassion based on sameness in essence implied in the Buddhist theory of dependent arising of no self? No self means 무아. Theory of dependence meaning is 연기법 in Korean word. Fourth, what are the characteristics of the interdependence and the economic theory of the ideal society of heading thought? Fifth, what are the similarity and the difference between the view of an ideal society and the interdependence thought of Buddhism and the heading thought? 포인트 안 되나요? Before I compare to the two religions, let me introduce the method of comparison. There are three methods of comparison in this paper. First, in terms of the functionalism theory of religion. Second, in terms of symbolism of religious language. Third, in terms of dynamic typological hermeneutics. I'd like to compare to three dimension comparison method. Next, I'll consider an ontological difference between Buddhism and heading thought. According to the comparative approach, what I method earlier. First, in terms of the absolute standard for assessment of values, heading thought, the true love of God, Buddhism, wisdom of realizing the true state of all Dhamma, Dhamma is Bob. Second, ultimate reality, having thought absolute of God and Messiah, Buddhism, religious experience from inner experience. Third, on mediated Messiah for salvation, having thought salvation is obtained only through Messiah, Buddhism. Salvation depends on one's own practice. Third, attitude towards neighboring religions. Terms of having thought unified pluralism, unified inclusivism, Buddhism, depend on pluralism, pluralistic pluralism. Fourth, difference in the way of achieving ideal society. Having thought, systematization of realistic religious order, practice for the unity of God, Buddhism, cultivating mind then on institutional reform of society. Sorry. Next, we'll observe the similarities between Buddhism and the heading thought. In other words, what is the similarity of the heading thought and Buddhism? First, in terms of comparison, cosmopolitan thought, heading thought, world familism, Buddhism, one world flower. One world flower, Korean word, 일화세계, 하나의 one world word, 하나의 flower. Second, the great love and kindness, heading thought, God's love. Buddhism, infinity loving and kindness for living beings, 중생. Third, altruism. Altruism heading thought, the principle of living for the sake of others. 이타주의, unification thought words, 이타주의. Buddhism, the principle of the practice of the self-improvement and altruism. Self-improvement, 자력. Fourth, economic, heading thought, moderation and reasonable ownership. Buddhism, non-possession, do not own more goods than necessary. 필요 이상 갖지 마라. 뭐 이 말입니다. Sorry, I use Korean. There are many Korean for understanding meanings. Fifth dimension, in terms of democratic social principles are applied in decision making. Heading thought, ideal of interdependence and universal values. Buddhism, 5 gong. Gongs means joint and commonality. Interdependence, cooperative mind. Public society, cooperative use, cooperative food. 6, what is religion in the future? 그러니까 종교가 미래 필요하냐 이제 이런 면에서 불교와 이제 우리 헤딩 소트가 같다 이런 말입니다. 헤딩 소트, the kingdom of God of earth, 지상에 이제 전국을 실현하고, Buddhism, free from the attachment to religion, including Buddhism, 종교로부터 불교에서는 완전히 종교에 대한 집착을 벗어나야 한다 이런 의미입니다. 이런 사상이 이제 같다 이런 의미입니다. Yes, already concluding remark. I finish the presentation by reading this concluding remark. All beings in the world coexist in organic cause and effect relationship with each other. The social ethics of Buddhism exists in the thought of compassion that is based on the theory of defense arising. The Buddhist thought of one world flower emerged as the changing 차방 pure land, 차방 세계. Thought for the pursuit of the common happiness of all humankind in the global village. Having thought, developed a unique communal ethical movement called the Kingdom of Heaven on Earth and Global Families. Religion that has infinite love for neighbors and life can be seen as oriented toward the ethics of the principle of global citizenship. World religions intrinsically have a cosmopolitan horizon that transcends the nation or peoples within them. Religious love contains the principle of going beyond geographical boundaries and transcending the gaps between race and peoples. The ethics of interdependence. Dependence means another word symbiosis. Another means coexisting. Currently produced of Buddhism and having sought to have an element of universal global ethics. And we can also discover the point that they are oriented toward the principle of global citizenship. The spirit of equality and freedom of the ideal of equality and freedom of the ideal of interdependence can become an ideology that bind also sentient being. Sentient being이라고 하는 건 유정이라는 말입니다. As one going beyond the ethnic, cultural, and religious difference of individuals. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for your impressive presentation on interface studies between Buddhism and unification thought. This could be a good example of the religious harmony. Let's give one more time to big hand to Speaker Professor Lee. One of the important goals of the Journal of Hyojang Academia and International Conference of Hyojang Academy is to support postgraduate students to become good researchers or scholars. To pursue this goal, we have supported the Young Scholars Academic Conference since 2020, 2 years ago. The highlight of the second Young Scholars Academic Conference, which was held just a few days ago, is in this video. Let's watch this video together.
혹시 쿠이의 법칙을 아시나요? 관상어의 일종인 쿠이는 작은 어항에서 키우면 5에서 8cm만 자랍니다. 작은 연못에서 키우면 15에서 25cm가 자라죠. 큰 강물에선 무려 1m가 넘게 자란다고 알려져 있습니다. 환경에 맞춰 성장하는 쿠이처럼 여러분도 더 큰 꿈을 키워 성장하셨으면 합니다.
안녕하십니까. 저는 신학순결학과 석박사 과정을 밟고 있는 장윤정이라고 합니다. 제가 발표할 논문의 제목은 하늘 부모님 성일 시대로의 패러다임 전환에 따른 삼위일체 개념에 대한 제 고찰입니다. 그러므로 실제 성신이신 참 어머님이 하늘 어머님의 모습으로 성부, 성모, 삼부모의 삼위일체가 본연의 세계에서 하나님의 창조 목적을 이룬 삼위일체임을 말씀하고 계신 것입니다. 이것으로 제 논문의 발표를 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하십니까. 저는 아베 요코라고 하고요. 선원 UP 대학원대학교 박사과정 재학생입니다. 제가 발표한 논문의 주제는 천일국 목회자 가정 사모들의 일가정 양립 체험에 대한 연구입니다. 세 번째 사모님 C를 면담을 끝나고 나서 이제 하늘 부모님께서 저에게 내가 사랑하는 딸들의 얘기를 들어달라 이렇게 말씀을 하셨거든요. 그래서 여기에서 사랑하는 딸들이 누구냐? 그거는 바로 사모님들이죠. 그래서 그런 마음을 가지고 심층 면담을 했고 그리고 이 연구를 마치게 되었습니다. 이상으로서 제 연구의 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
안녕하십니까. 서문대학교 일반대학원 신학순결학과 박사과정 재학 중인 심원영이라고 합니다. 제가 이번에 연구한 주제는 신앙성장입니다. 저는 가정연합의 모대 신앙자이지만 어떻게 하면 더 많은 모대 신앙자들이 또는 새롭게 입교하는 사람이 신앙을 체계적으로 성장해 갈 수 있는지 매사에 관심이 많았습니다. 이번에는 학문적으로 접근을 해보려고 기독교 기반으로 연구가 되어 있는 파울라의 신앙 발달을 토대로 연구를 해보았습니다. 본 논문을 시작으로 가정연합 종교교육론 정립을 위한 다양한 논의가 이루어지기를 바라면서 가정연합 모태 신앙자의 신앙 발달에 관한 실증적인 연구들이 추후의 연구로 이어지기를 바라고 있습니다. 네, 이상으로 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
신학순결학과 석사과정에 있는 이건재입니다. 슈바르츠의 자연적 교회 성장론을 본 가정연합의 교회 성장에 대한 방향에 대해서 발표하겠습니다. 다양한 교회 성장론에 기초한 연구들이 이어지기를 바라는 바입니다. 이로써 간략하게나마 본 논문의 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
보아뱀은 성장을 위해 성장기의 연구위에 걸쳐 탈피합니다. 성장 후에도 추가적으로 사회의 탈피를 진행하죠. 이는 탈피를 진행하지 못하면 결국 죽음에 이르는 보아뱀의 습성 때문입니다. 낡은 허물을 벗어 성장하는 보아뱀처럼 여러분 능력 또한 허물을 벗고 성장하셨으면 하는 바람입니다.
Thank you very much. I think the manuscript and their presentation of young scholars still look unripe, but I believe they will become our future and will grow to be a good researcher and scholars when we encourage them continuously. Let's give you a big and warm hand to our future young scholars. We have the last video presentation. Actually, this was the first, but due to the online attendance from the United States, the speaker, I changed this a little bit, so I'm sorry for that. The main title, as we mentioned, is the Journal of Hyojong Academia toward Scopus accreditation. So we have to understand why this journal should be launching, and also the international conference should be held. This kind of short introduction as in this video. Let's watch together. Thank you very much. I really would like to ask everybody once more to give you a big applause to the launching and promising future of the Journal of Hyojang Academia and International Conference of the Hyojang Academy. Please. Thank you very much once more. Before closing our session, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to every participant and staffs for their devoted contributions, especially to Professor Wilson and Professor Lee for their nice and impressive presentation. All these contributions have made the success of our session and conference. Before the closing, I have one announcement. the participants in the online, if you have any question or comment to the oral presenter or video presenter, please send a message via chatting window. 그리고 여기에 참석하신 분들도 혹시 질문할 사항이나 코멘트할 것이 있으시면 메모를 해서 밖에 데스크에 주시면 됩니다. 그다음에 하나 더 또 어나운스가 있는데요. 제가 이제 박수로 이것을 마무리하겠습니다만 끝나자마자 나가지 마시고 여기서 사진을 한 3개 찍는답니다. 그러니까 나가지 말고 이쪽으로 오시기 바랍니다. Thank you very much, everybody. I'd like to close this session now. Thank you.
Actually, we deeply appreciate our presenters, and we have material here. So even though you don't have chance, if you don't have chance to raise question, but you can read, and even through email, we can communicate your further questions. I heard that Dr. Shupov and Richard Lewis and Dr. Marina, they are not on the Zoom because of time schedule, maybe. So there are some questions, just I will read. We can share the questions to Dr. Shupov from, I think, William. How is gravity connected with the torsion? This very important question about to Shupov. And to Dr. Richard Lewis, why do waves, quantum waves, connect across space? This is also a very important question. And Dr. Marina, don't the people get sick or die if they misuse divine force or energies? Also, I think very important questions. So those three questions we cannot hear from the speakers, but in next time, in some other time. And Professor Chen Guangho, one question: what will China do to threaten Korea? So what will China do to threaten Korea? So Professor Chen Guangho, could you answer some?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, our women's national curling team just lost against China, which means obvious threat. Nobody's laughing at my joke, so I have to, say something about the, seriously about the answering the question. Okay, the Chinese threat is, of course, a threat, but the one thing we have to consider is that the China threat is much more a threat to United States rather than South Korea. So, the hindering around of South Korean position, South Korean grand strategy from China to United States and United States to China, well, this is very, very unwelcome situation, as I talked during my presentation. So, as I suggested, in my position, the Chinese direct threat will not be almost possible, just like against Taiwan. But the other threat is also a threat. If they support North Korea, well, that's also a threat. And security is in all means. So what we have to do is that, the foundation of South Korean security dilemma and, South Korean grand strategy, the US-RK alliance should be strengthened, but in multiple ways, as I suggested, more pragmatic ways. So, the Chinese threat is, of course, a threat, but again, if we treat that problem on the basis of a US-RK alliance, I think, we have much more options which we can play the cards in Northeast Asia. So, to conclude, threat is a threat, but not direct military threat, but the other threats are always there. Okay, to treat that, I think we have to choose which side. Okay, it's not possible to be a neutral in between China and United States. Then what is the policy option for Korea? I think it's very obvious. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, very good. A very important issue now. And another question is to Professor Lee Jae-young. How can we be a Buddhist and unificationist at the same time? How can we become Buddhist and unificationist at the same time? That is the question. please. Yeah.
One of famous scholar, religious scholar, William James said, discussion of doctrine and theory cannot be unified. That kind of approach method. We have to share every religion. We have to share experience of religious experience. Religious experience. William James said, all religious experience is the same phenomena. So, if we discuss with each other with religious phenomena, experience phenomena, yeah, we can harmonize and we can unite. That's my idea. Yeah.
Okay, I hope you understand what he means. And one question to Professor Hong Seok-hun, I think. So I will read English. Regarding the creation of one nation of Korea, we know it will not be communist. Also, our founder said clearly that democracy is not the ideal system of government. With this in mind, what will be the design of the unified Korea's government? Hong Seok-hun.
It's a very significant, important issues for to unify Korea Peninsula. So I thought that actually, in terms of unification, the Korean regime type, I suppose that that is more liberal democracy, the political system, because until now, so the liberal democracy is maintained the rule of the world politics, as well as it is a very important the value issue. So universal value. What is the universal value? So next, maybe a unified Korea is more focusing on the liberal democracies, the based on the human dignity. I thought that. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right. Okay, thank you. I think Dr. Andrew Wilson may be online. So one question to Dr. Wilson. So he mentioned the unification of religion religion start with the heart. So how can we start with the heart? Not by doctrine. So how can you make unification of religion through heart, not by doctrine? That is question Dr. Andrew Wilson. So Dr. Wilson is okay to answer about that?
I'm here, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, you are here. All right.
Well, as I wrote in my paper, Mother Moon herself said that she regarded those Muslim leaders like her own sons. So she had true parents' heart, heavenly parents' heart. To heavenly parent, all of us are her sons and daughters, his sons and daughters. So there's no reason why, on the level of heart, we cannot feel embraced. Also, it means we have to really change our own mindset and not think that religious unity means everybody accepts the divine principle as the truth. Of course, ultimately, I think we should help people find their own way through their own religion to a higher level of understanding, using their own teachings to help them to grow So there's potential for all people in all those religious paths to come to the same place, as the old figure of the many streams flowing down the mountain to the same ocean. So it's important to respect the integrity of each religion and its own way of looking at the world and its own religious practice. And that will open people's hearts. The one thing that religions don't like is other religions telling them what they should believe and what they shouldn't believe. That's not going to bring about inter-religious unity. It has to be with truly respecting one another's differences. Then, because God is the center of all religions, when we respect each other's differences, we can all be on a journey that will lead us to the same place.
Okay, thank you. I think you can maybe understand your explanation by understanding other person's situation, mutual mutual respect. We understand the underlying heart. So through underlying heart, we can understand like a logos. The doctrine is like a logos, but it can make a unity and harmony among religions. So anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Wilson. Your comprehensive presentation will be very useful for us to understand true unity and harmony of religions. So through today's international conference, we really start. The base is liberal arts. So two presentation, liberal arts. On that base, we applied to social science, two presenters, especially about peace on the Korean Peninsula. And also we applied to the natural science, three presenters, very challenging and very promising ideas. Personally, I really enjoy and very excited for those presentations. So through all those 7 presenters, today's international conference will be very prosperous and bears very lot of fruit. So thank you again, our Dr. Sung-Bae Jin, for this host this important international conference. So let's close with a great and a big applause. Thank you.